Hello. Welcome to Wind Down Wednesday. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I have been having some issues with my computer in the last couple of days where like the sound is not coming out of where I want it to come out of when I plug in headphones or when I take headphones out. Just some funky things have been going on. So let me know if you guys can hear me. But if you can, welcome. Like I said, what are you guys doing? What are you guys drinking? What are you guys reading? Let me know. This is I haven't had a white wine in a while. I feel like I've been drinking like reds for like the last month or so. So finally got a white. Okay, you guys can hear me. Excellent. Thank you guys. Yeah, I finally have another white. This is Prince, no, not Prince. Saint Michael Sauvignon Blanc, which is a brand that I've never heard of. I'm pretty sure this is a bottle that we got when we went to Cancun last year because the resort that we stayed at, they gave like everybody in the room, or maybe they gave each room a bottle of something, and maybe we told them like we didn't get one or something, so then they gave us an extra one. Some kind of way. I walked away with a bottle of Jose. My brother walked away with a bottle of El Jimador, and my mom walked away with a bottle of this Sauvignon Blanc. So I'm pretty sure that's where this came from. I'm pretty sure that's where that bottle came from. So yeah, I've never heard of this brand before, never tasted it before, so I'll be tasting it for the first time with you guys. But yeah, that's what I'm drinking. And you can already see on the screen, and also by the title of this sprint, I am double fisting my buddy reads because I'm in the middle of two buddy reads at the same time, which I've never done before. I don't even normally read multiple books at the same time. The only time normally where you will see me actively reading two books at once is if I'm doing a buddy read, because I'll have like my buddy read book and then I'll have like another book that I'm reading, because buddy reads usually like you'll set out like a certain number of pages or a certain number of chapters a day. And so once you finish your chapters, you don't want to go ahead. So you need something else that you can read for the rest of the day. But this time I have two buddy reads that I'm bouncing back and forth between, because I'm reading Beach Read with Rainy and I'm reading Leather and Lark with Donna. So have not read a single thing today. So I have a lot of catching up to do. I've been caught up to this point, but I have not read at all the entire day. So we'll see if I can finish the pages for both books during these sprints. We'll see. I don't know. I'm also very tired. I don't know why I'm still holding this like this. I'm also very tired. Today's been a really good day, and I hope that you all have also been having, a wonderful, amazing Wednesday. The last 2 days have actually been like really good, especially with work, which when was the last time you guys heard me say that? Like this job has really just like turned things around. Like when it comes to like my mental health and everything, like I just feel so much better. But the last 2 days have been really good. We did like this game in the office that my team hosted. So that was really fun. It was like a fraud mystery. So like instead of murder mystery, it was fraud. So it was like, we gave people clues, and like I was like the actor, so they had to like ask me questions, and I had like a script where I had to like answer certain ways based on what question they asked. And it was a lot of fun. We had a really good turnout, which is surprising. A lot of times people don't come into the office if they don't have to. So it was nice that we got as much participation as we did, and that people were actually in the office and willing to come and like learn about fraud with us. Like that was a lot of fun. And then today, super nervous for today because like kind of on the spot, like maybe like a couple of hours worth of notice, my boss was like, hey, like, do you want to like present at this meeting with like, vice presidents, like, different people there. And I'm just like, sure. So I was very nervous going into it, but I'm happy to report that while I was presenting or, talking, and also like, afterwards, I got a lot of like my colleagues, like my boss's boss, like they all like pinged me and they were like, great job. Like you killed that. You did such a great job. So I'm feeling really good. I also have been super productive today because I think I've written 5 scripts so far for videos. I did the script for the announcement video that goes out in a couple of weeks. And then I did like 5 other like smaller scripts that are related to the same thing, but they're like 30-second videos. So those are pretty easy to bang out. And I think I have 4 more that I need to do. I probably will not do those today. That'll probably be a tomorrow problem or a Friday problem. Also, my IKEA delivery is coming tomorrow. So furniture is finally coming. Not that they're finished. They're still not finished on the house, but it was Prime Day. It was 4th of July sale. So I needed to order the stuff while things were, discounted. So things are coming. Things are going to be happening. There's going to be a lot of things that I'm going to be juggling in the next couple of weeks. but I'm excited. All good things. So fingers crossed that things go smoothly and that I don't run into any like major roadblocks. So that has been my week so far. How have you guys been doing? What have you guys been up to? What are you guys reading? Like I said, how are you guys feeling? How's your week so far? Let us know. Let's jump into the comments. Also, let me taste this wine because, like I said, I never even heard of this brand. It smells good. Well, that is crispy. I like that. Sorry. I use crispy is like my favorite adjective. It means a different thing every time I say it. Sometimes it can mean like it's fresh. Sometimes it can mean like, oh, it's really good. Like, I don't know why, but for some reason I just like that word. But yeah, it's crispy. I really like that. That is good. It almost kind of tastes like a Riesling, which y'all know Rieslings are my go-to. But that almost tastes like a Riesling. I like that. Let's see. Hello, Glenda. How are you? Have you finished? Give me a sign. And if you have finished it, what did you think? Hello, Toya. Ooh, eating a bowl of chili. Had to, despite the heat. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it is kind of hot. I don't know where exactly you're located, but it is kind of hot for chili. Reading Death in the Castle. Ooh, a cozy mystery. Okay. I feel like you were reading a cozy mystery the last time we had Sprint. So that seems to be, you're in your cozy mystery era. I love that for you. Hello, just a person. Ooh, starting Fourth Wing. Okay, this is exciting. I'm sure you heard all about the hype last year when everybody was reading it. And it's probably good that like you've waited some time to jump into it. Sometimes I've noticed when I jump into a book that has a bunch of hype, or if I'm reading it like while it's being hyped up, I'm like, it's not all that. But sometimes it's like I wait and I'm not reading it and I'm not being influenced by all the hype. I can kind of like objectively rate a book, if that makes sense. So I hope that you enjoy it. I'm trying to remember what I rated this book. I think I gave it 4.5 stars. I don't remember. But I do have a whole reading blog on my channel for this that I did last summer. So once you finish, it has spoilers in it, so I don't recommend watching it. Finish the book and then watch the blog. But yeah, very exciting. Hello, Lexi. Going to be eating dinner and doing some studying before I get ready. Ooh, yes. Is that today, the Titanic slideshow? Oh my gosh. Please tell me that you are live streaming this. Like, I want to be able to watch this. I want to sit and enjoy the presentation myself. And this was everyone saying that you guys could hear me. Thank you so much. Hello, Ashley. Wish I were chilling with the drink, but I think I'm low-key allergic to alcohol. Really? So we're drinking water. Also, nothing wrong with that. I also have my water. I always have my water next to me for the most part. So also, double fisting books, double fisting drinks. It's a thing, But that's interesting. I have never heard of anybody being allergic to alcohol. Not saying that that's not a real thing. I'm sure there absolutely are people out there, but it's a very rare thing because I don't think that I've ever come across somebody that is legitimately allergic to it. That's really interesting. I'm so sorry to hear that, honestly. I mean, to each their own. Some people don't even like the taste of alcohol. So if you don't even like alcohol, then there's no loss there. Hello, how are you? Can't wait to hear your thoughts on Leather and Lark. Ha ha ha. So I don't know how far into this book. I think I'm like 40 something percent because we started reading this on Sunday. Let me pull up Libby because I'm listening to it on audio. One of the things that I will say, and maybe Helen, you might actually know this, but when me and Donna were talking about this the other day, she was saying that she was confused about the timeline because she was saying that there's stuff that happens in Butcher and Blackbird between Lark and what is his name, Lachlan or something. There's stuff that happens between them in that book that like doesn't line up with the timeline in this book. And the things that she was talking about were things that like I don't even remember that stuff happening. And I told her, I was like, I am not the person that pays a whole lot of attention to side characters. They're funny in the moment, but then, you like them for the moment, but because the story is not about them, I don't really focus that much on them. It's rare that I remember a whole lot about a side character. So I didn't know, first of all, when I read Butcher and Blackbird, I didn't know it was a series. And I didn't know, once I found out that it was a series towards the end of me reading it, I didn't know that it was going to follow Lark and Lachlan. So I was not paying attention to them really much at all. So the stuff that Donna was talking about, I was like, when did that happen? I don't remember that happening. So maybe you might know, and you might be able to better explain like how the timeline is set up and if there are some inconsistencies there, just so that I can validate Donna and be like, yes, you're right. Or I can clear it up in case she's not right, because I was useless. I was like, I don't even remember these things happening. But but I am 52%. Okay, so I'm a little bit further along than I thought. Yeah, 52% into this one. And I can't tell how far into Beach Read I am because I'm reading Butcher and Blackbird on Libby, but I'm reading Beach Read on Spotify, if I can find my Spotify app. I'm reading it on Spotify, and I don't see where it tells you what percentage you're at. I can tell that I have 6 hours and 9 minutes left, but I don't know what percentage that is. It looks like it's less than half. Like it might be like 30 or 40%. I don't know. Hello, Jean. Gonna try to clean during the sprint. Although I'm ordering dinner. Ooh, and it's too hot. It is very hot. It is. I think it's gonna storm here because it's kind of dark and it's way too early for it to be this dark. So I'm thinking that it's probably gonna storm here. Also, they were talking about, I think in Philly, the Philadelphia airport or something, they were saying on the news that it was like snowing there. Or maybe they were saying that it was hail or something. And so because it was hail, they can like technically call that snow or something like that. They were basically saying like it's snowing in July in Philadelphia. And I'm like, Philadelphia is like an hour and a half away from here. It is boiling here. How is it possible that there is snow falling out of the sky right now? With all the hype about Fourth Way, I cannot bring myself to go buy a copy. I mean, if you want to read it, you can always read it like on Libby or Hoopla or something like that. That way you'll know if you like it before you decide to purchase it. I know that as bookish people, that tends to not be our way. We are very impulsive. So we go out and buy things and then decide to read them later. But yeah, if you're curious about it but don't want to spend the money, you can always, like I said, use Libby. You can go to the library if you have a library that's close by. But yeah, there's some free options out there in case you want to, take it for a spin before you commit. Only an hour away from finishing. Oh, one of my abandoned books. Oh, nice. That's good. Okay. So maybe once you finish your cleaning, you'll be able to switch over to your reading. Hello, Jaleesa. I was just thinking about you yesterday. That's so funny. Or maybe it was this morning. Does anybody else get confused between like the early hours of the morning and the really late hours of the night? Like sometimes by the end of the day, I can't remember if something happened at like 6 a.m. or if it happened at like 10 p.m. the night before. Like, I don't know, for some reason it just kind of all blends together. But yeah, I definitely was thinking about you within the last 24 hours at some point. I was definitely thinking about you. Yes, oh my gosh, that's so exciting. I know that you're going to kill it. I'm very excited to hear all about it. I'm at work listening to, The Good House. Oh my gosh, I never remember how to say this author's name. Tanar. Oh my gosh. I don't remember I've said this word before, but I don't remember how to say it. Tananar. Never mind. I love your nail color. I have no idea. It was like, I just go in the nail salon and they give you like the little like, it's almost like a keychain, like a ring, like a binder clip, but it's like a huge binder clip that's like this big, and it has a bunch of like things on it that just have like a bunch of nail colors. So I just went in there and I was like, what am I feeling right now? It's summer. I want something bright. I try to do like seasonal. I try to match my colors to the season. So like in the fall, I'll do a lot of like muted colors or like, burgundies, dark blues, dark greens, like earthy colors, stuff like that. In the spring, I'll do a lot of like pastel colors. In the winter, I'll probably do a lot of like grays, like really light blue, stuff like that. So in the summer, I usually try to go like very bright and neon. And orange is a color that I typically don't get my nails done just because it's very bright and loud. And I try to go for things that are a little less loud most of the time. But I was like, I don't have anything going on for the next couple of weeks. Like, I don't have anywhere I need to be. I don't have any events where, like, I need my nails to match my dress kind of thing. Like, I can do whatever I want to do. So I decided to go with this neon orange color. My sister can't handle sulfites. Oh, really? So wine or cider she can't really drink anymore. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Good to know. Good to know. Speaking of Donna, hello, Donna. Hello to Toya, Lexi, Jean, Jaleesa, Helen, and just a person. I had to start this book to see, but yeah, they mentioned those two. Oh, are late because they had sex. Yeah, okay, that's what Donna was saying. Donna was saying, like, didn't they sleep together in the first book? So then when you get to the second book, it seems like they're meeting for the first time, but it's like they already know each other. or was that a flashback? And so it was confusing. We were confused. Yep, the sulfites give me. Oh wow, and a red. Oh my gosh, what sex is I would love a good red wine. Oh no. Well, this is not sponsored, although I wish it was. And if you guys want to go like bombard this company with like messages to tell them to sponsor me, thanks. But there is a company called Ritual, and there's another one, I think it's called Apothecary. But they both sell like non-alcoholic alcohol substitutes, basically. The main reason why I know about this is because Queen Mother Kat Graham is one of the faces of the Ritual Company, and she promotes it all the time. So they have like tequila, they have bourbon, but it's not actually tequila, it's not actually bourbon. I think they have vodka, they have a bunch of different ones, so it tastes like what it is, but like it's not actually that. It doesn't actually have any real alcohol in it. It's like zero proof. And I think Apothecary is the one that does the wine. So they have a bunch of different wines that are not like actually wine, but they, give you the feel as if you're drinking wine. So you could always check that out if you're looking for like the taste of it versus, not having actual alcohol content. And it's kind of like when people drink decaf coffee, where they drink it because they like the taste of coffee, but they don't actually want the caffeine. So yeah, there's some options out there. Hello to Glenda. My sister has started drinking gin. Interesting. So does gin not give her the same issue? Like it doesn't have the same reaction? I'll be reading Mama by Terry McMillan. I have not heard of this. Huh. I'm going to have to look this up. Let's see. Mama. Terry McMillan. Ooh, I like the colors on this cover. It's a very like aesthetically pleasing like color scheme on the cover of this. This is very pretty. Oh, this is an older book. This came out in 87. Okay. Interesting. Nice. Well, I hope that you're enjoying it. It's already been thundering and raining here. It's only 94. Oh, but it feels hotter. Yeah. That's how they get you. They tell you what the temperature is, but it's like, it is this, but it feels like this. So they probably should lead with the feels like temperature instead of leading with the actual temperature. 61 into our book, thanks to focusing on cleaning my basement today. Nice. So you are way further ahead than me. Like I said, I haven't even picked the book up today. Oops. Hello, Kita. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Glad you got your wine. Hello to Glenda. I'm sorry. Hello from Glenda to Kita, Donna, and Ashley. Hello, Kat. Happy Wednesday. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot that you were sprinting today. I've been like so laser focused between like getting things ready for the presentations and stuff this week and writing these scripts. I have barely done anything else. Like I've just been sitting in front of the computer all day. I think I got up like once to eat. And even then I was like eating, but also like still at the computer. So yeah, I hope that your sprints are going well. Reading On Writing by Stephen King. I have not heard of this. What is On Writing? Is this the book? I think maybe I have heard of this actually. Is this a nonfiction? Let me know. Let me know if this is his nonfiction. I feel like I might be getting this mixed up with what is that guy's name? The guy who did the Chronicles of Narnia. I can't think of what, C.S. Lewis. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with his book because he also wrote a nonfiction that I think has a similar title to that. But let me know. To Nana Reeves. Yes. Thank you. Hello, Glenda. Everyone say hello to Glenda. Ooh, watching the Simone Biles documentary on Netflix. How is it? Are you learning anything? Getting some insight? Also, speaking of Netflix, is anyone planning on watching, or for anyone who maybe is in the UK, because I think it's already out in the UK and possibly other countries, Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Who, if anyone, is excited for that to drop? I am patiently waiting by the remote for it to drop on August 1st because I need to see how this adaptation turns out. I did hear in one of the chapters when Larkin and Lockham met on the balcony was during the butcher. But oh, okay. So it was during the restaurant opening. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, it does. That wasn't on purpose. Hello, Elyses. How are you? Ooh, 2 hours left of Glow of the Everflame. I feel like a lot of people are reading this book. Is there a buddy read or something, or a read along or something happening for this book. I feel like I keep seeing this book pop up and have been for like the last couple of weeks. I feel like every sprint that I'm in, there's at least like one person talking about this book or reading this book or something. Hello to Kita. Hello to Elise. Hello to Glenda. Hello to Jaleesa. Once it comes out, I will be there with my ice cream. Oh yeah, I forgot because Butcher and Blackbird is also getting adapted. I don't know. I don't think they have a release date for that yet. I don't even know if they started filming it yet. But that'll also be interesting to see how that turns out. Speaking of ice cream. Hello, Elise's. I'll be watching it when it comes out. Hey, we need to do like I feel like all the bookish people need to like get together and do like one like big like watch along so we can all like sit together somewhere like on the internet or something on Discord, wherever we all like get together and like watch the premiere of Good Girls Guide to Murder like together. I think that would be so much fun. Yes, okay, so it is nonfiction. Very good. Also eating my dinner. Ooh, veggie stew. That sounds good. So yeah. So I have heard of this book. I don't remember who told me about this, but I have heard of this. And I heard that it's pretty good. It's very like insightful. Elise's what you doing? It's out of the yeah. I know. I don't know why they did that. Do they always do that with shows? Do they always like release shows at different times in different countries? I feel like I've never noticed this happening before until now. And I even tried to like change my VPN location to make it be the UK to see if I could get access to it early. It didn't work. I have to admit failure. It didn't work. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. So it's the book by who was it? Holly Jackson. Ouch, my hand is starting. From when I slammed it, not slammed it, when it got crushed in the door. But yeah, Holly Jackson's A Good Girl's Guide to Murder has been adapted and it's on Netflix. And if you're in the UK, you can watch it. And if you are not in the UK, like if you're in the US, you have to wait until August, which is rude. Hello, Meredith. How are you? What are you doing here? Oh my gosh. How's it going? How's your day? Hello. How are you? No worries. No such thing as being late. As long as we're here, you're on time. I will also be there with my cookies and cream for that one. Right? I feel like it's a requirement that they need. I feel like they should just like give that out. You know how like, and I don't know if anybody has ever been to like a movie showing, not like a premiere of like a red carpet. I'm not trying to make it seem like I go to premieres. I've never been to a movie premiere. But if you ever go to like the advanced screenings or like the showings or whatever for certain movies, they'll like sometimes they'll give you like, you know, free popcorn, or they'll give you like, I don't know, some kind of like little trinket or token or something that has to do like with the movie. It might be like if you went to, I don't know, just random example, if you like went to go see Spy Kids or something, they might give you like a pair of sunglasses or, you know, something like that. I feel like if they do like early screenings or something for Butcher and Blackbird, they should give out like cups of cookies and cream ice cream. Like they should be required to hand that out at every showing of this movie. Is anyone going to say my name or do I need to talk you? Oh my gosh. Ben Chicken Books. Is that what you want them to say? You want them to say Meredith or Merv? Trying not to stare at the wall. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Never read A Good Girl's Guide, but I want to watch the show. You got to read the book. I can't wait because I think the book was done so well and the audiobook was done even better that it's really going to be interesting to see how this gets adapted and whether or not the adaptation lives up to how good the book is and how good the audiobook is. Because the audiobook slaps. Struggling to stay awake. I have about 40 minutes left of work. So much blinking is happening right now. I feel that. When you're like falling asleep, you just like have to keep moving. You're like blinking, trying to keep your eyes open. Yeah, trying to keep them from glazing over and just zoning out and then falling asleep. I get that. No, you need to have a valid UK zip code. I know. So annoying. A bunch of folks pairing up to buddy read the series, but no one is doing it all together. Oh, interesting. The timing of that. That's so interesting that like so many people are doing it at the same time, even though it's not like a dedicated collective effort. Interesting. I wonder, is there like a second book or something that has come out? Like, is there like a newly released book? Is this a series or something? Because a lot of times when a lot of people are reading the same book, but they're not necessarily all doing it together, it's usually because the next book in this series is coming out. So everybody is trying to read the last one in preparation for the new one. So is that what's happening here? Or is it just pure coincidence for absolutely no reason at all. Just a bunch of people decided to read this book at the same time. Hello to Meredith. Okay, I've got that book, but I haven't read it. But time when I do read it, then the show will be out. Hey, it's okay. By the time you read it, that's okay. It's okay. There's no rush. Just I want to watch the show so that I can tell people whether or not they should still read the book. So we'll see. If you haven't read it yet, then by the time I watch it, I will let you know if you should just skip the book and just watch the show, or if you still need to read the book. Working, but I have a break right now. Oh, fun. Hello, Takeda. Hello, Meredith. I need to read Butcher and Blackbird. I wanted to get it this weekend, but it was back ordered. Huh, interesting. I need to get a copy, like a physical copy of Leather and Lark. I don't have either one of these books physically, which I guess is a good thing because maybe I'll read them first before I buy them and decide if I actually like them. I do think I'm going to read. I think I'm going to buy Beach Read. I think so far from what I've read, I'm kind of vibing with it. Leather and Lark, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I'm probably, if this book doesn't really blow me away, I'm probably going to wait until I read, because there's going to be another book, I'm pretty sure, because there's 3 brothers, so I imagine there's going to be at least 3 books. I kind of want to wait until I read the 3rd book, which obviously isn't out yet, before I decide if I want to buy Leather and Lark, because I'm not convinced that I really want Leather and Lark. But if I buy Leather and Lark now, I'm going to have to buy the 3rd book when it comes out. I can't have 2 out of 3. You might as well just go ahead and commit and get the whole thing. So I think I'm going to wait until the 3rd book comes out before I decide if I want to purchase the 2nd one. I'll find the audio. Yes, definitely. The audiobook is really good. I didn't read the book on audio. I read it with my eyeballs. It was actually one of the first books that I read when I started reading in 2022. And I just ate that thing up. It was crazy. But then I was trying to get one of my friends to read, one of my coworkers. This was like 2 jobs ago. I was trying to get one of my coworkers to read it. And she was the one that found it on audio. And she was like playing parts of it for me because she had like questions and stuff, whatever. So I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I need to see the part you're talking about. So she played it. And I was like, oh, I was able to explain it. I was like, oh, this is really good. Like the way that it's set up with like the little podcast clips and the sound effects and stuff. It's really good. It's really good. The only other audiobook that I can think of that does like a very good job, the way that A Good Girl's Guide to Murder is set up, is it's a Lisa Jewell book, the one that I read for Battle of the Booktubers. I can't think of what it's called. None of This Is True. The None of This Is True audiobook is also really good. Hello, Meredith. I was like waiting for someone else to say it first. When did y'all call me Ben? Oh my gosh. The 4th book will release the last week of what? The 4th book. Oh, the 4th book in the series. Okay. So that does explain why everybody's reading it. That makes more sense now. Hello to Glenda. Back had dinner. Hope it was delicious. How many books? It is 3. It's a trilogy. And then there is a novella. The novella is technically, it was the last book that came out in the series, but it is technically a prequel. And so you can, if you want to read it first, you can. If you want to read it last, it doesn't really matter where you read it, but just know that it is a prequel. And I liked reading it at the end because I think that these characters and their relationships evolve so much over those 3 books that my favorite book out of the 3 is the first one. And so having read the 3 books, watching their characters kind of evolve and develop over the course of time, and then going back to like the prequel, it's just one of those moments where like it just takes you back to the beginning. You're just like, like this is the reason why I picked up this series. This is what I love about these characters. Like, I don't know, you ever like go back and like watch your favorite show? Like I used to watch Full House. For some reason, I always just liked going back to the very beginning of Full House. I'm trying to think of another show that's like that, where you get to watch the kids like kind of grow up, and then you go back to the beginning. You're like, oh, they used to be so cute. Like that was how I felt when I got the novella for Good Girls Guide to Murder. I was like, oh, I remember when they used to be friends. I remember when they used to be together. I remember this. Like it was just really cute. But yeah, you can read it whenever you want. But I do recommend it. Like I said, my favorite is the first book out of the 3. Not including the novella. Although there are some people that feel the exact opposite way. there are some people who don't really care for the first book, but they think that the series gets better as it goes, and so their favorite book is the third book. It really just depends. I feel like you either really like the third book and don't really care for the first book, or you really like the first book and then don't really care for the third book. So it'll be interesting if you read the trilogy to see where you fall. July, but it's been a series. Oh, I wanted to read. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense. Yeah, I keep hearing so many people talk about it. I'm like, should I read this book? I don't even know what it's about. I just keep seeing everybody talking about it, everybody reading. I'm like, should I read this book? Typing with one hand, I'm eating popcorn with the other. Got to get. I hit enter early. I'm failing. Hey, it happens to the best of us. Me watching Gilmore Girls currently for the millionth time. Yeah, when you go back to the beginning, it's like, oh, like I remember, like these are my friends. It's like one of those kind of things. It's so cute. I enjoyed the first book, but then felt like the third. Yes, I completely agree with you. I feel like the third book. I always say that the third book feels like it was written by a different person. Like it doesn't even feel like the same author wrote the first and the last book because they are just so different, and the things that the characters are doing to me felt very out of character for them. And I'm just like, when did we take this sharp, turn down this dark alley? Like, how did we get here? And then you want to go back to the beginning and be like, what did I like? How did we? Very strange. It's not that it's a bad book. It's just so different than the first two that I'm just like, Holly, are you okay? Like that's how I feel. I remember years ago when I binged Gilmore Girls and when they came back for when they came back for one season. Oh, I didn't know that happened. We don't talk about that season. Or 6 and 7. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we have reached the end of the comments. I am going to get the timer pulled up. We are going to jump into our first sprint. As always, we're going to do an hour-long sprint. So let's get it pulled up. All right, there we go. I probably should move myself. There's only 5 seasons in my canon. That's kind of how I feel about the Vampire Diaries. I feel like there's only, even though there's technically 8, in my mind, there's only 7 because I don't count season 7. I feel like you can just skip season 7 and it's fine. I don't know what season she was pregnant. Oh boy. That's one of the shows like Gilmore Girls, what's another one? Buffy, The OC, One Tree Hill. Those are all shows that I want to at some point like watch. I've never seen any of those shows. So at some point I want to like binge watch all of those. All right. Without further ado, let me move myself. We're going to jump into our first sprint. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I did not read. Well, I did read a chapter. And then I finished the chapter, I started the next chapter, and then Lexi started her live. We were talking about earlier about the Titanic. So I have been watching that the entire rest of the sprint, and I will be going back to watch what I missed since I'm back here now. But yeah, it was. I love a good conspiracy theory, and I also love the Titanic movie, and so all things Titanic I just find very fascinating. And so she's combining the truth, the conspiracy, and also like pointing out things that happen in the movie that are true or conspiracy or whatever. So yeah, it's a fun time over there. Definitely recommend going to go check that out if you have any interest in the Titanic, because she's doing a great job. She made like a 50, what did she say? It was like 56 slides or something. I don't even know what slide we were on just now before I left, but it's very entertaining, very enlightening, very informative. I actually learned something. I did not know that the couple in the Titanic, that like when the boat is sinking, that like old couple that you see like laying in bed, apparently that couple is the like founder, or was, because they're dead now, but they were the founders of Macy's. Didn't know that. That was a cool fun fact. I mean, not fun for them because they drowned in the Titanic, but fun for me to know that, But yeah, definitely recommend checking out Lexi's live if you're interested in anything related to the Titanic, because it's a good time over there. And she definitely knows her stuff. Like, she's got a lot of facts, which is really cool. But let's see. How did you guys do? Where did I leave off in the comments? I think it was maybe... We were talking about Gilmore Girls. Jean saying, yeah, the reboot was horrible. I didn't even know they did a reboot. Watched part of it. Couldn't get through it. Yikes. Meredith said, I think that's how the show was originally meant to end before the writers left during the strike. So she came back to end it the same because of the time gap. It didn't really work anymore. That makes sense. But there have been a whole bunch of memes Instagram this week about Rory being pregnant. Oh, really? I have not seen those. Jean is always like hip to what's going on, like on social media. Like Jean was actually the one that, like, I remember this was what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. She was asking about Josh from the originals and Caroline from the Vampire Diaries and the fact that they're together. I was like, how did you stumble upon this? Yeah, Jean is always hip. Jean knows what's up. Elena joined us. Hello, Elena. Welcome. And I saw someone did this comment. She was saying that she's going to get her hair dyed, so that's very exciting. Jamie also joined us. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Just got in from the library's bookstore annual volunteer picnic. That sounds so much fun. I was my friend's +1, but we'll probably start volunteering there soon. So that's also very exciting. Drinking Pinot Grigio, Colombard, is that how you say that? Another cheap grocery store wine, reading Lost in a Good Book by Jasper, is it Forde? I have not heard of this. Lost in a Good Book. I hope that we're all lost in a good book. Hello to Jamie. Capricia joined us. Hello. Trying to get out of a reading slump. I'm reading Dear America and Junie B. Jones. I'm almost done with The Children of Blood and Virtue. Nice. How are you enjoying it? Are you liking it? I know you said you're almost done with it. How is it going? Is that the book that's putting you in a slump? Like, is that how you got in the slump? Also, can you guys see me well? Because it looks like, I don't know if it's just me, but it looks like I'm like moving in slow motion. I don't know if my computer is overheating. I can't really tell what's going on, but I look weird to myself. I don't know if it also looks weird to you guys. Maybe let's see if I close this. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that'll make it better. Where did I leave off? Toya read 29 pages. Very nice. Hello, Aaliyah. Got to 94% in Sunny Disposition. Nice. How are you liking that? You'll probably finish, I'm thinking, during these sprints. 94%, I'd say 49. 94%, you got this. Hello, Christina. Listening to City of Glass with my kiddo. Lovely. Remember to hydrate. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, definitely hydrate. You have your water nearby. Definitely. Oops, I almost knocked over my wine glass. Just for LOLs, did she mention anything about the iconic door in the movie? Not yet. I didn't get far enough into it Like I said, I'm gonna go back during the next sprint to like catch up on what I missed. But I'm sure she's probably gonna talk about it. I'm sure she is. We just got up to the point where she's talking about the boat hitting the iceberg. That's where I left. Where she was talking about the boat hit the iceberg, and how they were loading people onto the lifeboats, and how they weren't packing the lifeboats. The lifeboats could hold up to like 60 or 70 people, and they were only putting like 20 or 30 people on it. That was when I left. So I'm not sure how far she's gotten now. Hello, Ashley. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How's your Wednesday going? Saw her pop up earlier. I love the Titanic. Have to pop over. Yeah. I was so engaged. I was like, oh, this is good. This is good stuff. I would probably be writing tonight. Ooh, nice. That sounds fun. Hopefully it's super productive. Get some of that creativity out on paper, or if you type, on Microsoft Word or whatever you use. You look at thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you, Christina. All right. I do have some this or that. Because I think I had fun doing that last week. And I think I did it the week before. I think I started doing it 4th of July. Yeah, it's been fun. So this or that, paperbacks or hardcovers. Paperbacks or hardcover. And for me, it's not even a question. Like, I can answer this question with my eyes closed. Paperbacks all the way if I have to choose. I am not a huge fan of hardcover books. 1, because dust jackets annoy me. 2, because hardcover books are heavier. And so when you have to like move them, like if you're moving them from one room to another, if you're moving houses, stuff like that, it just makes whatever you're carrying your books in that much heavier if it's a hardcover. Also, hardcovers just hurt my hand. Like I don't know, something about my hands start hurting when I'm holding a hardcover, and I feel like you can like bend, obviously paperbacks are more flexible. So I prefer paperbacks, but I know there are some people that are like hardcover or nothing. Like I know Paco like loves hardcover books. I prefer a good paperback. Oh, I'm loving it. The characters are so nice. The character growth makes me teary. This is also my first, is it Dina Gray book? Nice. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That's awesome. Nightbot actually showed up. Who'd have thought? Wasn't expecting to see him since he decides to never show up for his job. I beat Nightbot. Paperback. Toy says paperback. Elliot says paperback. Ashley says, you guys are my people. Can you see? Can see you good. And yes, all 3 books are good. It's helping. Oh, good. I'm glad that it's helping you get out of a slump. I don't know that I've ever been. Let me take that back. I was going to say, I don't know if I've ever been in a slump. I was in a slump for probably the first 27 years of my life since I just started reading. So yeah, I wish I had more advice for like how to help people get out of slumps, but because it's not something that I've experienced in the short time that I've been reading, I have no idea. I can only tell people what I've heard other people say, which is like read a short book or reread a book that you really like, stuff like that. But if anybody in the comments has any other advice on how we can help Capricia get out of her slump, feel free to share. Love the Outron. Oh, I have not heard of this. Okay. Kita also says paperbacks. Something about a well-loved paperback. I know. I don't want it to be like tattered and old, but something that I don't know how to describe it. There's just something, like you said, like about a well-loved paperback. There's some type of like, I don't know if it's the aesthetic. Like, I don't know what it is, but I agree with this. My friend just got me that, so it's going to be the next. Oh, nice. Awesome. You'll have to tell us all about it. Paperbacks for reading, but prefer hard. But yes, I do agree with that. I do think that if you're going to get a special editions look better when they are hardcover. But to be fair, you don't actually have to hold. Most people don't hold their hardcovers because they don't read them. They'll like read a regular version, like a regular edition, and like they just keep the special edition like on their shelf for like display. So yeah, I do agree that a hardcover special edition is the way to go. That's like the exception to my rule. Do I have some hardcover books? Yes. And I wish that I did. But then there are others that I'm just like, oh, this is too pretty. I can't get rid of this. You're going to love it. Oh, nice. All right. So the next one, would you prefer to shop online or in the store? Shopping online versus shopping in the store. And this is kind of tough for me. I think that it's a lot easier for me to shop online, but I do find that like book shopping, like when you physically go to the store, is like more fun. I don't know. It's like its own little like activity for me. Like me laying in bed scrolling through like whether it's Barnes and Noble or Amazon or Books a Million or whatever. Like that's the more efficient way to do it because I don't have to go anywhere and I can do it in like 5 seconds. Maybe not 5 seconds, but you get the point. Versus like having to drive somewhere, having to find parking, all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot faster, a lot more efficient, but it's just more fun. I just like sometimes I just go to the bookstore having no intention to buy anything and don't buy anything. I just go there because I want to walk around and look at the covers. Is it just me? Am I the only person that does this? Okay, Toy says online. Okay. Elise says in person. Unless there's an online discount. True. Yep. Online for things, but clothes, I need to be in person. See, I prefer to shop for my clothes online. I don't know why. Unless I'm in Target. I feel like Target is the only store that I shop for clothes like in person. All the rest of my clothes that I buy online. I don't know what it is about Target. Their like display, they always have the women's clothes like right as you walk in the door. They do this on purpose. They know what they're doing. I don't appreciate being taken advantage of like this, Target, if you're listening. But yeah, Target is the one place where I actually will buy clothes like in person. Everywhere else, I'm like, I'll just get it online. In store whenever possible. I really like to know what I'm getting before I part with my money. True. And I think that's another reason too why it's easier for me to shop online because I've been trying for like the last year to do better with like spending money on books and like trying to only buy either pre-orders or books that I've already read like on Libby or something that I know I like, that I know I want. That way I'm not buying books, reading them and being like, oh, I didn't like this. Now I have to figure out how to get rid of it, whether I like, donate it or, sell it or whatever. Like now I have to figure out like what to do with this. And it's going to take up space on my shelf until I figure out what to do with it. So it's been easier to just read the book first for free somewhere and then decide to buy it. But yeah, I agree with, wanting to know what you're getting yourself into before you part with your money. I feel that. Book shopping in store. Yep. Like I said, I can just window shop for books. Like I just like walking around looking at the covers. I don't know why, but I do. I'm like, ooh, I've read this book. I've read this book. I have this book on my shelf. Like I'm just weird like that. I just go to the bookstore and smell the books. Sometimes that is also a vibe. I don't think that I've ever like literally picked up a book and smelled it, but there's something about the smell of a bookstore that's just different from like other stores. Like picking up all the books and then dwindling it down after looking at writing. Yep. Book shopping in store, same as clothes, and I usually do library for books. Okay. A lot of times I'll go to the library sometimes. It's not very often. I actually have been going to the library, like physically going to the library a lot more lately, just because with a lot of my books being in storage with everything going on with the house, a lot of my books are in storage. And so when I'm doing like vlogs and stuff, I like to, most of the time, especially this year, I haven't, but I like to try to have like a physical copy of the book that I can like hold up and like show you guys. So I usually have to go to the library and hope that they have it. Then if they don't, that's the reason why I don't have a physical copy in my videos, because I felt like right now I'm filming a reading vlog for Beach Read and I don't have a physical copy of it because it's in storage and I can't get to it. And the library doesn't have any right now because they're all, being borrowed by other people. So I try to go to the library every now and then when I need to, but more often than not, I'm going to do Libby or something. I have a question for everyone. Small bookstores or chain, like Barnes & Noble and Target? It probably depends on the small bookstore. I think that the bookstores like in my area at least, they are all very different. And so some of them are a little more niche where it might be mostly like older books, classics, and like comics, which is like kind of like like two random genres to have in the same place. Or like other ones might be like mostly children's books and stuff. So I don't feel like in my area there are a ton of independent bookstores or like smaller bookstores with like a good selection, which is normally the reason why I tend to go to places like Barnes and Noble or like Books a Million or Target. Even Target doesn't really have a good selection, if I'm being honest. I don't usually go to Target for books. If I get a book from Target, I didn't go to Target for that. I went to Target for something else and then made my way to the book section and managed to pick something up. But in general, I don't even really go to Target like that for books because I feel like my Target doesn't have a good selection. They really only update their books maybe like 2 times a year, maybe 3 if you're lucky. So they'll like do it at the beginning of the year, and those same books will sit on the shelf picked over until like 4th of July, and then they might redo it for 4th of July or maybe August when the kids go back to school, stuff like that. They'll like redo it, and then they might do it again like around like Black Friday or something. Outside of that, it'd be the same books sitting on the shelf, picked over, spines cracked, pages folded. I'm just like, I'm not spending my money on this mess. I also mostly shop used. That is also, I think we talked about this last week. A lot of people were talking about how they shop used books just because they're like cheaper, like they're more like cost effective to buy used books instead of buying brand new books, which I do appreciate that. Not retail new for most stuff, and online thrift shops are risky. Yeah, that's true. Never know what condition things are actually going to be when you buy it online. Yeah, that's definitely true. And I know, Jamie, you definitely do a lot of thrifting because like we've talked about like different like glasses and stuff that you've gotten stuff from the thrift shop. You always find like really nice stuff at thrift shops. Online because I don't want to just go and find out things are out of stock. That is true. And I used to depend very heavily. You know how you can like go on like a website and it'll tell you like in stock or not? There have been so many times where I've been burned by that, where it said that it was in stock online, and then you get there and they're like, "Oh, we don't have it," or they'll look at the same thing that you looked at, and they're like, "Yeah, it says we have it," but then they walk around the store for 20 minutes and can't find it, and then they're like, "Yeah, sorry." I'm like, "Bruh." Small independent bookstores. Okay, okay. I like to try to support small independent bookstores when I can, but I feel like in my reading legendary blog, when me and Margaret went to that bookstore, I went in there because I wanted to buy legendary. I had started the book that morning. I was listening to it on audio. I was like, oh, well, me and Margaret are going to go to we're going to go to brunch and then we're going to go to a bookstore. So I'll just get the book when I go to the bookstore. Of course, they didn't have the book at the bookstore. So that ended up being a bust. I ended up getting Animal Farm instead, which was still fine, but like that's not what I went in there for. And that happens a lot when I go to smaller bookstores. Their selection is just they don't have as much to choose from, or they might have a bunch of stuff, but like they only have one copy of it or 2 copies of it. So it's like if it's not on the shelf, they're like, oh, well, we don't know when we're gonna get another shipment. And it's like, all right, great. Yeah, I'm in Seattle, so we have a ton of small. Oh, nice. I have been wanting to travel to Seattle and Portland. Those are both places that I would like to visit. And Oregon. I have no idea what city in Oregon. I don't really know much about it, but I hear that the beaches are really nice, so I do want to check out Oregon. Maybe one day. Libyan Hoopla is my next go-to. I have 5 library. Nice. I don't even know how many I have. I think the last time I checked it was like maybe 9. I don't remember if I've added any since then. I can't remember. Let's see. What's the next one? Next one is, do you prefer reading a series or a standalone? And this question for me is a little bit tough. I think I'm going to go with standalone. Because I think that with a series, the books within a series, like you could read a book and you're like, oh, this book was 5 stars and it's part of a series. And then you pick up the next book and you're like, oh, this book has middle book syndrome and it's like not as good. And then you hope that the third book, redeems itself. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So it's just like, if it's just a one and done, I can just be happy with this one book and not have my hopes, not get my hopes up, not be disappointed when I read later books in the series and they don't live up to it. So I think I'm going to go with standalone. I think that's going to be my answer. Although there are some standalones where I'm like, dang, I wish there was another book in this. I wish this was a series. That does happen sometimes. But I think more often than not, I would probably choose standalone. Hello, how are you? How's it going? How's your day? I'm a serious girly most of the time. That's fair. That's fair. Double fisting with wine and beer. Go, Courtney. You better get it, girl. I'm leaning probably more towards standalone because a lot of series I've started and the first book is great and the rest is a cash. Exactly. Exactly. Staring at Gideon the knife. Yeah, exactly. That's my thoughts exactly. Is that it's you read the first like that's what happened to me with The Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Not saying that the series overall was a bad series, but that first book just hit different than the second two. And I think I was constantly like chasing that feeling that I had reading the first one. Like I was chasing that feeling when I was reading the second and third ones, and I was never able to get that. I couldn't recreate that magic again. So they were good, but they just weren't. You know what I mean? They weren't the first one, and that's the risk you take when you start a series, that the rest of the books might not live up to the hype that the first one was. You also have sometimes, like, I feel like with Akatar it was kind of the opposite. When I read Akatar, I didn't really care for the first book. I was like, this book was not that great. I think I gave it like 3.5 stars or something. Like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like, I don't know, just didn't understand the hype around it. And then I read Mist and Fury, and I was like, okay, okay. And then I read Wings and Ruin, and I was like, okay, okay. But then I got to what's the last one? Something about Silver Flame, and I was like, I could have done without this. This didn't need to be 700 pages. Let me see. Where did I? Oh, here we go. I'm conflicted. I've had so many standalone 5 stars, but also I've had all-time favorite series. Okay. So with your all-time favorite series, would you I'm trying to figure out how you can like decide between the two based on that. Because I don't think I have any all-time favorite series. So it's like I don't even know how you would choose between like a series that you really love versus like a standalone book that you really love. I don't know how you choose between the two. I don't know. I wish I could be more helpful. Love standalones. Don't like revisiting the same story. That's another thing too. I think that's one of the reasons why I don't read series that often, even though this is like the year of the series. The reason why I decided to do that was because last year I wasn't really reading series like that. And I think the reason why I wasn't reading as many series is because, going back to The Good Girl's Guide to Murder, when I read those 3 books, I read them like back to back to back. And I think by the time I got to the third book, I was a little like fatigued. I was like kind of tired of living in this world with these characters and kind of like following these people. I just was like, I just want to do something else. It's not that it was bad. I just didn't want to do this anymore. I don't know if anybody else gets like that, but like I can't do anything for like too long, even if it's like watching TV. Like I can't watch TV but for so long because I just want to do something else. Like I just need to get up and go do something else. So like that's kind of how I felt when I was reading the series. I was just like, I like these characters, but I'm kind of just tired of being here right now. And so in other series, I'll like read one and be like, okay, I'm going to give myself a break before I pick up the next one. And the next thing you know, 8 months have gone by and I haven't picked up the next one. So yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. Staying in the same world for too long can be annoying. Yeah, that sometimes they don't have the proper time to do the work needed on follow-ups, which sucks. Yeah. And for what I've heard, that is kind of what happened with what is it called? Iron Flame, which is the second book in the Fourth Wing series. That's I heard that second book was not great, and that she, like, the author very much like rushed it, and that is one of the reasons why I haven't like felt the overwhelming desire to like pick it up right away. Like I had it, I pre-ordered it, I've had it since it came out, haven't read it, and I'm not in a rush to read it. Does it also depend on genre? I don't think so. Like, not for me. I don't think. Maybe I would prefer a series if it was like fantasy. I don't know that I would prefer a series if it was like romance. I don't think I've read too many romance series. And the ones that I have read, like Abby Jimenez, for example, they're interconnected standalones where you could read them on their own. Like you don't have to read them in order or anything like that. You can kind of read them separately. You can read them out of order. You can do whatever you want. It's not like an actual like chronological story that it's following because each book is about like a different set of characters that are all kind of just in the same world. But with fantasies, I do think that for some reason series just work for fantasy really well. I think that with mysteries and thrillers, a series would be nice. Like I like the idea, I like the concept of a mystery or a thriller series, but I think about Pretty Little Liars, not the book but the show. And sometimes when you have a mystery or a thriller, sometimes you just kind of run out of stuff to write and then you start writing like goofy stuff. And that's what I feel like happened with Pretty Little Liars. Like you got like the first 4 or 5 seasons was fine. And then you get to like season 6 and 7, you're just like, what are we even doing anymore? So yeah, it depends. It can depend on the genre sometimes. That's a tough one. Oh, sorry. I got a notification. I was like, what is that? That's a tough one because I like both. But then I'm like to a variety. There's a typo probably here, and I can't figure out what it's supposed to say. A variety of characters and spin-offs. You like a variety of characters and spin-offs? I think that's what you're saying. So yeah, kind of like what I was saying earlier about like the interconnected standalones, where it's like you like a series, but you also kind of like to follow different people, not continuing to follow the same people, the same story, the same plot, over and over and over again in all these different books. You kind of want to see like, oh, what's this character doing over here, and what's this character doing over here, stuff like that. I feel that. I feel that. All right. With that, we have reached the end of the comments. We're going to jump into our next hour-long sprint, and then we'll do some more of these when we come back. So let me get the timer reset and pull back up. Let's see. Share my screen. And move myself down here. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? I I remember looking at the clock and seeing that there were like 2 minutes left. And then next thing I knew, the alarm was going off. And I was like, oh my God, we're back. I was trying to imagine what is happening in this book because I don't. Here's the thing, I think I dozed off on certain parts of this book. So there are certain things that I miss. So I'm trying to put the pieces together. And I don't fully know what's happening. But it is what it is. I am probably like 5 minutes away from being done with my pages for today for this book. So I'm doing Leather and Lark first. Haven't touched Beach Read yet. But yeah, I'm like 5 minutes from being finished with my pages for today. And then I have to switch over to Beach Read and try to see how much I can catch up on that. And then I don't think I probably won't finish my pages for Beach Read today. I'll probably be too tired, honestly, to finish those pages. But I'll try to get something done today. That way I have a little bit less to catch up on tomorrow. So yeah, that's the plan. I also fed my dog. I got another glass of wine. So did some other things in between, but that was my sprint. Let me see, where did I leave off? I think it was probably around here. So Lexi is back. She was doing, for those of you who don't know, she was doing a PowerPoint, a live stream PowerPoint about the Titanic and the conspiracy surrounding it. So that is also something that I need to watch because I got about, I'm not even sure how long it was altogether, but I got up to the point where she was talking about the boat, hit the iceberg and they're trying to load up the lifeboats or whatever, and they weren't loading the lifeboats as much as they should have been. That was where I had to come back over here because the sprints were starting over here. But I definitely plan to go back. If you weren't here earlier when I said it, I will say it again. Definitely, if you are interested in the Titanic, if you like the movie, if you like the conspiracy, go check out her video because it was very entertaining from what I saw so far. But welcome back. Hello, Glenda. Just finished Sunday Disposition, giving it 5 stars. Such a good book. We love when people finish their books, and we love it even more when they finish books at the end of giving 5 stars. Hello, Atia. How are you? How are you doing today? Saying hello to Atia. I'll be heading out to eat and walk my dog. Thank you for hosting. You're absolutely welcome. Thanks for being here. Have a nice walk, and I hope that dinner is very, very yummy. Switched over to Midnight Rooms by, is it Danye Coles? I haven't heard of that. Midnight Rooms. What is that? That title sounds interesting. Let's see. I forgot I had this page open. Midnight Rooms. Oh, a gothic mansion and infused with heightened paranoia and creeping horror. Oh, for people who like Catherine House, which I have not read, but I hear mixed things about it, strange things about it. But yeah, this sounds like it'll probably be really good for spooky season too. I don't know. Let us know, Tia. Would you recommend this? I don't know how you said you're 47% in, so you're at least about halfway. Would you say that this is a good recommendation for spooky season? Working slowly through my textbook now again. Excellent. It was an hour. Okay, hour 14 minutes, which is how long it took me to do it for my friend. Okay, got it. Read a bit of Ballad of Songbird and Snakes, and about halfway now. Nice. Also, welcome, Sophie. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Awesome. Good. Definitely creepy and haunting. I don't think I've read a horror book that I actually felt scared by. In the same way that I don't understand the concept of crying reading a book, I also don't understand the concept of being scared reading a book. I don't know, watching a movie is one thing. Maybe it's because I'm a visual person, but I feel like I have a hard time transitioning fear or sadness or whatever from a book into real life, if that makes sense. So I'm curious. I think if that's a book that I could see myself reading just to see if it freaks me out, or if I get creeped out, or if it seems really scary or something. Maybe I'll do a video like that at some point. Maybe I'll do one in October where I try reading books that are super creepy and scary and see if it scares me. Because yeah, I don't see that happening. Although I know people who have read books and they're like, oh, I can't read this book at night because it's so creepy. I'm just like, I don't get that. So we are going to switch gears back to our this or that. So the next one on the list is sci-fi or fantasy. And for me, this is a no-brainer. It's funny that they put those two against each other because I feel like they're so similar. Even in bookstores, a lot of times the fantasy and the sci-fi books are like right next to each other. Like those sections are usually like side by side or like right across from each other or something. They're often like mixed in. But I feel like if I had to pick one over the other, I would absolutely, without question, pick fantasy because a lot of sci-fi books, I don't understand what's happening or I'm bored. I don't really know what it is about sci-fi, but I haven't found too many sci-fi books that keep my interest, that don't confuse me, that I'm able to follow along like what's going on. Let's see. Oh, at least he's finished. Nice. Now I'm reading Storm. What did you think of Glow of the Everflame? Was this a reread for you? Have you already read this book and you were just rereading it because the fourth book is coming out? Or was this your first time reading it? Definitely fantasy. Okay. Reading The Jasmine Throne, made it to 77%. Hoping to finish today. Nice. We will definitely do at least one more sprint. It might be a shorter sprint, so it might be like 45 minutes instead of an hour. But we will definitely do at least one more. Fantasy, although I do like a good sci-fi as well, but I tend to lean more toward fantasy. Dawn says sci-fi. We got a rebel amongst us. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? How are you doing? How's your Wednesday? I just took a shower, got into bed, working on some NetGalley reviews. I need to do that. It's one of those things where, like, I say I'm going to do it, and, like, right now I'm like, oh, yeah, I need to do that. And 2 weeks will go by, and I will have completely forgotten that I even had this thought process. It's my first time reading the series. I'll start book 3 tomorrow. I have a few Libby books to read. Okay, so what did you rate this one? Like, how are you feeling? You finished it. What are your thoughts? Did you like it? Like, was it like meh, not so good? What do you think? Ooh, comments just jumped. Hey there, Donna Vanessa. Hello, Glenda. Girl, I have 85 books on my NetGalley shelf. Stop. I don't think I have that many. I don't actually know how many I have. If I had to guess, I would say that maybe I have like 11. But some of them are from like November of last year. So like I really need to do them. One day I'll get to it. I like the series. I love the characters. Dislike the main character though. Interesting. I do find that happens sometimes where sometimes I feel like the side characters can like outshine the main character. That's how I felt when I read Fourth Wing. I didn't really like Violet. I actually found her to be quite annoying. And I was just like, can we kill her off and get a new main character? But I loved her friends. Book 1 and book 2 were 4 stars. Okay. Nice. Excellent. All right. Next one we have, would you prefer to read indoor or outdoor? And before you ask about the weather, just think of it as like period, like forever. You can only choose one in the climate that you currently live in. Would you rather read indoors all the time and never be able to read outdoors, or read outdoors and never be able to read indoors? I see you're 85 and raised you 197. No way, Atia. No way. I'm convinced the author wrote the main character badly on purpose. Could be. Sometimes characters are intended to be, very unlikable. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Although it would be hilarious if you're giving them too much credit and that actually wasn't what they were intending to do. That would be funny. I think maybe 5 of those I have indeed read and just need to. Yeah, exactly. Because I read, what was that book called? That Jordan Peele, Out There Screaming, and Blood Justice, and I think something else. I can't remember what it is. But I have at least 3 that like I read, probably read a long time ago, and I just never wrote a review. Indoor because climate change is real. Ooh. Indoor because I'm allergic to everything outside, trees, grass, most pollens. I agree. I can feel that right there with you. Atia, there's a reading challenge coming up for me and you in August. Fun. It'll be announced next week. It must be something related to NetGalley. Indoors, definitely. Yeah, I think I would prefer to do indoors as well. I'm not really an outdoorsy kind of gal. That's just not my vibe. There's just too many things about being outside that I don't like. Like I don't like bugs. I don't like being in the sun. Like it's just so I don't like grass and stuff. It start making your eyes itch and stuff. Like just so many things about the outside that I'm not a huge fan of. If we can get rid of those things, then like sure we can go outside. But otherwise, I'm gonna stay inside. Thank you so much. Dang, that's hard. I think I'd be forced to do indoor because of health. If health wasn't an issue, then outdoors. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, that's perfect. These read thoughts have truly been helping me. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad that you are seeing them as a good thing and not feeling overwhelmed by them. That's really good. Let's see. What's the next one? Do you prefer to read in the morning or do you prefer to read at night? And I think if I could choose in a perfect world, I would probably say morning. I tend to be more productive in the morning. I tend to have a lot more energy in the morning. And I remember before I was working at my last job, not where I am now, but at my last job, before that job took over my life and destroyed me, when I was at the job before that, I would wake up early in the morning, 6 or 7, even if I didn't have to, and just read on my phone or turn on an audiobook or something. And I would just lay in bed and just chill, read whatever. I don't do that as much now just because my routine, I don't really have a routine right now with everything going on, but I'm hoping to get back to that place once I'm able to go home to be able to read in the morning. Because I miss doing that. I would read in the morning while I was taking a shower or while I was washing my face or whatever. Yeah, reading at night is a little bit harder because the whole day has gone by, and so I'm oftentimes tired. So trying to stay awake to read, it's if I'm gonna stay awake, I need to be doing something moving. Otherwise, if I sit down for too long at the end of the day, I will be asleep. We read that one already. Mornings, I'm more of an early bird. Same. Night, because I gotta work in the morning, and on weekends I don't like to get up in the morning. Yeah, I don't like to get up and physically do a whole lot, but if I could just wake up and like I said, turn on an audiobook or pull out my Kindle and just read while I'm in bed, I like to do that. Tar and now the Tarot Readathon and Hunger Games Readathon have been helping me focus on my physical backlist. Nice. This is the best I've done in months. That's awesome. That's really great to hear. I love this testimony of how readathons are helping you. Fantasy, indoor reading, and night reading. I got 0 writing done in the past sprint. Parenting took over. Hey, it happens. It happens. Still productive though. At least you were still productive. That's what counts. Night. I feel like it's a given with my late night sprints. Yeah, you always sprint super late. I'll see it and I'm I'll jump in there and I'm oh, they just started a sprint. It's 40 minutes. I'm I'll be asleep. I'll be asleep by the time they come back. Night when my house is quiet and everyone is usually sleeping. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. If y'all see me sprints if you see me in sprints during the morning, know that it's not by choice. And I am not happy about it. You're killing it. Yes. I think I'm participating in or hosting readathons every month for the rest of the year. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is intense. That is so intense. I think I have maybe 2 more that I know of. One of them is mine, but the other one is not. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to try to see if maybe I can take it easy. I don't know. Things come up all the time. People get ideas. Stuff happens. So, it is what it is. But I don't have as packed of a schedule for the rest of the year, which is nice. Good night, Lexi. Wait, Lexi said she was going to bed. Did I miss that? I did not see this. Where is Lexi's comment? The last comment that I see from Lexi is this one. Did I miss something? Oh, wait. Just kidding. Oh. So I thought, and maybe I don't know if I'm confused or if one of us is confused. I thought that she was answering the question between morning or night. She was saying she prefers to read at night because she works in the morning. That's what I thought that this comment was saying. But if she was saying good night, because she has to go to work in the morning. Then good night. Where did I leave off? Here we go. That's wild, right? I participate in readathons every month. Yeah, there's always like multiple happening every month too. So it's like you have plenty to choose from. And I always try, like, if there are multiple readathons happening in the same month that I want to participate in, I always try to find books that can like fit for like, dual purposes so that I don't have to read a bazillion books in 1 month. That's always the goal. There's a readathon I'm co-hosting in October. Exciting. Yes, I prefer to read at night. I'm not going to pick for release. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. I've been more consistent with these readathons I'm stumbling upon than I have with TBR and hopeful lists that I've made for myself. I don't know what that says about me. Sometimes you need things to like motivate you. Even when they say, what is it, the expression, even the best laid plans go awry, or whatever that expression is. Like, even if you like mean well and like you plan things out, sometimes if you don't have like that accountability factor, like you don't have anything holding you accountable, or you don't have anything that's like pushing or motivating you, it can be hard to stick to the things that you said you were going to do. So having these readathons, that's good. That at least you have something to kind of like push you and motivate you, something that is kind of keeping you accountable. That's good. Leaning on my TBR jar to help me read from my shelves for the remainder of the year, and it's worked out for me this month. I also need to try to work on my shelves. One of my goals for 2024 was to read at least 25 books on my physical shelf, I think. And I don't remember what number I'm up to. I think I might be up to 11, maybe, or something like that. I don't really remember. But it'll be a lot easier to figure that out once I can put my books back on my shelf. All right, last one, and then we were going to go into our last sprint. Do you prefer, when you're reading, books that make you cry or books that make you laugh? And I feel like you guys already know what my answer is, because I just finished saying earlier that I don't know how to cry at a book or to a book. I'm not even sure what preposition goes there, but I don't know how to cry when it comes to books. I don't know how to make that emotional connection. It's just not there. There's like, what is this? It's like an empty space, like the Tin Man, how he just like didn't have a heart, there was just like empty space. So yeah, I definitely would prefer for a book to make me laugh. I feel like a book could easily get 5 stars for me if it can make me laugh. It could be like a terribly written book, but if it's funny, it might get 5 stars. That is like the key to me, is like you have to be able to make me laugh. And that's why banter is so important, because if I'm like smiling or smirking or giggling at the banter, you probably have already like hook, line, sinker, like reel it in. You guys already got me. Let me see. Oops. Books that make me laugh. I'm glad we're on the same page. Lexi also says laugh. I love books that can make me laugh. And it's funny because it's hard to find like just straight like comedy or like funny books. A lot of the books that I find that are funny normally are like rom-coms. So they're like, that's why when you look at like the genres that I read the most, romance tends to be the one that's like the highest. And it's not because I like romance books. It's because I like funny books. And all the books that I tend to find that I think are funny also just don't happen to be romance. I don't really come across really funny sci-fi books or like really funny thrillers, or you know what I mean? Like I don't know, for some reason the other genres just don't work as much with humor as romance does. And so as much as I hate to admit that I read all these romance books, it's because they're funny. Definitely laugh, but I think I'm entering my sad girl era. I've cried at 2 books in the past 2 months. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to know what books they are, because I need to try them. I need to see if I can make myself cry. Good. Laugh. I'm glad we're on the same page. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Oh, thanks. All right. So we are going to jump into our last sprint. Actually, perfect timing, because the timer is right there, and we have 30 seconds left before the sprint is automatically going to start. So I guess we can sit here and look at the timer for 20 seconds, or we can just start a little bit early. So I will see you guys back here I think it's already set for an hour. So yeah, I'll just see you guys back here in an hour. No sense in changing the timer. It's fine. I'll see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. We are back. Was our final sprint for the night. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I did read for the majority of that sprint. I only have 2 chapters left for Beach Read that I was supposed to have read today. I probably will not read them tonight because I am quite tired. It is almost 10:30. So I probably would just have to catch up on those last 2 chapters tomorrow, in addition to the chapters I'm supposed to already read tomorrow. But I think that I got a pretty good chunk because I think I was supposed to do like chapters like 13 through 18 or something like that today. So I think I did 13, 14, 15, and 16 during that sprint. So I just have 17 and 18 to go. And then I'll be caught up. And then I have my chapters for tomorrow. So yeah, the fact that I didn't start reading until sprint started and I managed to almost completely catch up on both my buddy reads, I call that a win. I also walked on walking pad for about 35 minutes or something like that, mainly because I was getting tired and I started falling asleep. And I was like, I need to get up and be moving. Otherwise, I'm going to fall asleep and I will not return when it's time for the timer to be up. So I needed to make sure that I did not fall asleep. So that is why I decided to hop on the walking pad, which is something that I do every now and then. Since I've been here, I haven't been able to do it because there wasn't one here. But my mom actually just bought one maybe a week or 2 ago. So now she has one. And I just bought a new one. Speaking of which, does anybody buy anything for Prime Day? I don't know how I went this whole sprint and didn't talk about the fact that yesterday and today was Prime Day. I did buy a new walking pad. The one that I have at home is not there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't. I want one that's basically going to fold in half so that it's more compact so that I can put it under my desk. Because the whole reason why I bought the walking pad was so that I can use it while I'm at work. Well, while I'm working from home, because I plan on getting a standing desk and having the walking pad so I can walk while I'm working, while I'm on calls and in meetings and stuff like that. So I need it to be a way for me to store it in the area where I work. And the one that I have is just too big and awkward for me to be able to put it where I need to put it. In order for me to store it, it would have to be in the corner. And I just know myself, and I know that I'm not going to go in that corner and drag that thing out to use it. And so it will never get used. So if I want to actually use it, I need to get one that's a little more convenient. So I did buy another one for Prime Day that was, I think originally it was $350 or $400 or something. I think I got it for $280 or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but to give me a walking pad, I'm trying to think what else did I get. I got a new vacuum. So very excited. That was a hard purchase because I didn't want to part with the money that I spent on this vacuum, but it is a nice vacuum. So I get it. And it was a good sale because I think normally the vacuum is $800 or $700, which I was not spending. So it's if I don't buy it now for Prime Day, I'm never purchasing this thing. So got me a little vacuum. I got some other smaller things. I forget. I got a clear acrylic mat to put on my vanity because the old vanity that I had, the top of it was kind of dirty in certain areas. It wasn't dirty ill, but it was foundation stains where if you've ever gotten foundation, brown foundation at that, if you've ever gotten foundation on something that is white wood and then you try to wipe it up, you can wipe it up, but you can still kind of see it. So if you know that there's a spot there, you can see it. Other people might not notice it, but you can see it. And so that was happening just because that was the area where I did my makeup and stuff. There were different brown spots in places from makeup or concealer or whatever that I might have spilled or dripped or whatever. Also, because of all the water damage, there was the edges were kind of chipping, the paint was chipping off and stuff like that. So I got this clear mat that will go on top to kind of protect the wood from getting wet, getting damaged from makeup stains, stuff like that. I don't remember what else I bought. I did buy a couple of other things, but they were like I said, smaller things. But the big 2 things that I got was the walking pad and the vacuum. Those were the big ones. I wanted to buy my desk, but believe it or not, the desk is actually more expensive now than it was 2 weeks ago, which is interesting because I thought that things were supposed to be on sale or at the very least not change in price. And the desk that I want is $20, $25 more than what it was 2 weeks ago. So Not sure what's up with that. Hopefully that price goes down. But yeah, that I don't know how I managed to go this entire time and not talk about Prime Day. But who am I? Let me see. Where did I leave off? Oops. Oh wait, I think we read this right. Oh no, made more of my way through my textbook. Got one chapter done. Nice. You're gonna kill this test, Lexi. Like I have no doubt in my mind that you're gonna do great. So the one that I have at home already, I do like it. It's one of those like long ones. So you have to like put it up against the wall or like put it under something and like, under your sofa or under your bed or something. I don't have anything that I can put it under. So it's just like either in the middle of the floor in the way or it's propped up in the corner against the wall and I never pull it out. But in terms of like functionality and how it works fine. It works great. I'm probably going to try to sell it on Facebook Marketplace because I don't need 2 walking pads now. So yeah, it's nothing wrong with it. I absolutely love it. No complaints. You are welcome, Sophia. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, before you guys head out, I know it's late. I'm going to be going to bed when we get off of here, so I imagine some of you guys are going to bed. I'm not sure if Christina is still here, but Christina, if you are here, if you don't mind letting everybody know who maybe is sprinting, so in case people want to continue sprinting, they know where they can go. But new video drops tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. It is my Just for the Summer reading blog. And the B-roll in this video is the stuff from when, I'll say Lexi, from when Leandra, Vanessa, Katie, Brie, when all of them came. So you'll see B-roll from that trip because that was when I was reading that book. I'm just now getting around to finally editing and posting it. So yeah, that will be coming tomorrow. And then hopefully next week. The plan next week is to release one of the 2 videos that we've been hyping up and talking about since May. We had such a fun time filming this video. It's something that I don't think anybody else has done. And if they have, I'm not aware of it. When I say anybody else, I mean anybody else in the booktube space. This is a video idea that I've seen other YouTubers and bloggers and stuff like that do, but I've never seen anybody on booktube do it. So I'm excited. I haven't even edited it yet. I imagine that editing this video is going to be super chaotic. Because filming it was really chaotic, but it was a lot of fun. So I'm hoping that I can get that done and out to you guys next week. But this is also the weekend and I'm supposed to be trying to put together a bunch of furniture. My IKEA delivery is coming tomorrow, so I have to be home waiting around for that. People are still working on the house. So there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts going on this weekend. Also, I think I said in the very beginning of these sprints that I am working on scripts and stuff for videos that have to come out in the beginning of August, stuff that has to be done for the Discord. So there's a lot going on. But I'm hoping to get those videos out for you guys next week because I kept promising you guys that you will see them in July. And we are more than halfway through the month. So I need to get on it. Thinking of buying one. I like it. I recommend it. I think that if you think that you will use it, then I definitely think that you should buy one. And I think that Prime Day is the best time to buy it. Well, if not Prime Day, then maybe Black Friday. Those are probably your 2 best bets in terms of when you're going to get the most discount, because usually the good ones are about, I would say the good ones are probably at least $300. There are some even fancier ones that might be more $500 to $700. I'm not buying one of those. That's a little too much for me. For what little bit of walking I plan on doing, during my little calls and meetings and to keep myself awake for audiobooks. I'm not out here training for a marathon or anything. But yeah, I think that if you think that you will use it, I do think that it's a good investment. Got to 35% of Storm. Excellent. Sounds like something I'd have to do to stay awake. Exactly. Ooh, nice. Bro, 1,100 pages, almost finished the chapter. That's awesome. You're welcome. So exciting. Nice progress. Purchasing stuff now because of Prime Day. Hey. Got to 59% of an ebook called Bipartisan, by Dallas Smith. A man-to-man romance between a congressman and a veterinarian, bisexual rep, and mental health rep. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Linda, you're another one that I feel you always read books that I've never heard of, and they're always really interesting sounding. I feel you and Ro are both really good for that. I'm supposed to be buying stuff in a few from Amazon. The majority of my cart is not on sale. Also, the Prime deals are bunk. Yeah, some of them are. One of the things that I've noticed is that what they'll do is they will raise the price of stuff like a week or two before Prime Day, so that when Prime Day rolls around, they can just roll it back to the price that it was before. So it's not really a sale. So like, let's say you wanted to buy, I don't know, a chair, and the chair maybe last month, that chair might have been like $300. 2 weeks ago, they would have bumped the price up to like 375. And so then today on Prime Day, it'll be back to $300, which is what it already was. So they make you think that you're getting a discount because they bumped it up and then bumped it back down to where it started. And so if you weren't tracking the prices all along, you would think, oh, this is, $50 off or $75 off, not knowing that that was already the price it was a couple of weeks ago. So that is true. Not all the deals are good deals. Definitely, like, that's why I have like a list of things that I'll start looking in like April. And I'll have like my list of stuff that like I know I want to buy, but I want to wait till Prime Day. And I'll keep an eye on those prices and see how they change, over time, how they go up and down. And then that way on Prime Day, I can decide, like, is this a good deal or no? Got to 85% of the Jasmine Throne. Nice. Yeah, I knew what you meant. So I'm still debating about this walking pad. I encourage it. I support it. I think that if you can afford it, and I think that if you believe that you will use it, because my mom, for example, who just bought one, she didn't buy it for Prime Day. She got hers. Where did she get hers? I think she got hers from Temu. I mean, it works fine. I've only used it once, so I don't know if it's going to like break down in a couple of weeks. I have no idea. But it works fine. Like I said, I was just on it. It works just fine. So if you are still looking for one, Temu does have some pretty inexpensive ones. They may not have all the features and amenities that the one on Amazon have. But I think she got hers for like one something, which is pretty, inexpensive compared to the, ones that are on Amazon. A lot of the ones on Amazon are more like, they're like closer to like the 275, 300, 400, like that kind of range. So Temu is definitely going to be cheaper. Especially if we're not looking for anything like super, like she doesn't need anything super high tech. She doesn't need anything with a bunch of amenities and stuff like that. So the $100 one, whatever she paid for it, was perfectly fine for her. But I say all that to say that she bought one because in her mind, she thinks she's going to use it. We've had this walking pad in the house for probably close to 2 weeks. She has not used it once. So if you think you're actually going to use it, unlike some people, and you have the money, you can afford it, then I think that you should buy it. I bought myself, new earbuds and a watch, with a gift card and my auntie stuff. It's for the baby shower. That's awesome. I bought this watch, my Apple Watch, on Prime Day last year. And I see that I think they have I think this is the 8, maybe? I think this is the 8. I think they have the 9 on there for Prime Day this year, but I don't need to upgrade. I don't think that there's a whole lot of difference between the 8 and the 9. So I'm going to stick with this bad boy for a little while. Not ready to spend a bunch of money on something that's basically the same as what I already have. And this works great. I love this thing. This is one of those things, like, I remember seeing a tweet back when I was like actually using Twitter. So this was many years ago. But I remember seeing a tweet that one of my sorority sisters posted, and she said something like, pop sockets are a thing that I didn't know I needed until I got it, or something like that, she said. Or I didn't know how I lived without it until I got it, or something. I can't remember what it said, but basically it was saying that this thing that like we've never had before, now that I have it, I don't know how I ever existed or functioned without it. Kind of like our smartphones. A lot of people like phones like this didn't exist 30 years ago, and now they're like permanently attached to our hands and we can't go anywhere without them. And that is how I feel about like my Apple Watch. Like I was one of those people that was like, oh, I don't need an Apple Watch. Like I don't need to count my steps. Like I don't care about any of that. Da 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 da. But now, if I don't have my watch on, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is. Like I don't know how many steps I have. Like I don't know how much water I drink. Like there's just so many things where like my brain is just like, how can I live without my watch? So this is something that like I didn't know I needed, and I always downplayed. And then once I got one, I was like, dang, I get it now. I get it now. I look at walking pads, but they were out of my budget this time. I did buy, house essentials. Nice. Yeah, I knew going into, this year, like I've known for a long time. Probably, I'm going to say I've probably known since like December that I wanted to buy a new walking pad this year. So it's something that like I plan ahead of time. So like I know whatever I didn't get this year, or whatever I didn't get this year for Prime Day, I'm already curating my Black Friday sale list so that I can keep an eye on the prices between now and November to see how they fluctuate and see what's on sale for Black Friday. And, I'll get what I can get then. And again, whatever I don't get, whatever new things maybe come up, I'll start planning for them for Prime Day of 2025. So like I'm very much like ahead. Like I try to think ahead so that I can budget and be like, okay, I know that's how much it costs. Hopefully it'll be on sale. If it's on sale, then I can definitely buy it. If it's not on sale, we may have to revisit this. I also looked, but no buy. Hey, sometimes window shopping is also fun, and it gives you an idea of like what's out there. At least you have an idea of what your options are. What the price ranges are. You can kind of like plan for the future. Maybe not now, but later. Or it could be a gift. If you have a significant other, someone who's looking to get you a birthday gift, Christmas gift, anniversary gift. Thank you. I'm just going to be stressed for the next 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's to be expected, but I think that you will do fine. Stores do that also, increase the original price just in time for the sale, and you paid the same. Exactly. Yep. That was something that I noticed last year with Prime Day. I was like, oh, y'all not slick. This was the same price that it already was. Y'all thought that we weren't paying attention. I was paying attention. I have screenshots. I can prove that this was the price that it already was. I just stopped by to say hi. Hello, Kiana. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great day. Hello, Kiana. Everyone's saying hello to Kiana. Hello to Glenda and Courtney. I want a walking pad, but gonna wait for the price decrease maybe next year or Black. Exactly. There's always Black Friday. Sometimes you get really good sales for Black Friday. And like I said, there's always Prime Day next year. It happens every year. So and I want to think too that Prime Day might happen twice a year. For some reason, I want to think that it might happen twice a year, but maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the Black Friday sale. I can't remember. Only getting 2 things during the sale: a new deck of tarot cards, Bluetooth headphones. My other pair was broken some months ago, and I desperately need them to block out all the noise. Yes. And I don't know if these are the ones you're getting, but I saw that the AirPod Maxes, like the headphone ones, are on sale. I was tempted to buy those, but I was like, I don't need to spend. I think it's like $300, which is not bad because normally they're like $500 or $600. So for them to be $3 something, I'm like, it's not a bad price. Like that's a good deal. But do I need to spend $300 and some on headphones that I don't really need? No. What's a mini stepper? I haven't heard of that. What is that? Tell us more. Got to chapter 13. Excellent. Thanks, Christina. I actually finished my glass of wine, so I will be drinking water. I finished my wine before I got on the treadmill because I didn't want my wine to get warm while I was on the treadmill. And 2, I didn't think that drinking wine was the best thing to do after walking on the treadmill for 35 minutes. So I was like, probably best to, hydrate. So let's see. Yeah, it's pretty cool first. Watch like this. Usually do digital. Oh, nice. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. You have a great evening as well. Yes. Thank you so much, Christina. You're welcome, Glenda. You enjoy the rest of your week. I'll see you guys somewhere else on the internet. Of course, I'll be in and out of sprints. So yeah, I'll see you guys around. Bree Bear. Oh, okay. Awesome. Excellent. Thank you so much, Glenda. Appreciate it. If you guys are looking for more sprints, check out Bree's channel. Baby girl's doing a free dance class. We're in Vegas. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so jealous. It's probably hot as crap though. What is the weather like there, Kiana? I feel like if I buy the walking pad, it will force me to do it. Yeah, and that's another way of looking at it too. Like once you make that financial commitment, you're gonna want to get your money's worth because you invested in this thing. So yeah, maybe. But yeah, I think that if you know that you will use it and you can afford it, I think you should get it. I think that everyone should get one because even if you're the kind of person that like you like to be outdoors, like actually go for a walk outside, which we talked about earlier, I don't like being outside, but some people do, it's a normal thing for people to enjoy being in the outdoors and the fresh air. That's not my thing, but I know that could be other people's thing. But sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's, too hot to be outside. Sometimes it's freezing cold. So there are a lot of other things that you can, use it for. Also, the things that I support, if it's like raining or different things like really bad weather or stuff, I'll put my dog on it and he'll walk on it and get his little exercise as well. So we share it. Definitely Black Friday. Oh yeah, Cyber Monday. Forgot about that. Yeah. Got the Fit Polo smartwatch. Ooh, and I finished Daughter of Vengeance and Virtue. Yeah, you did say that. I'm glad that you finished it. Hope you enjoyed it. But I have not heard of the Fit Polo smartwatch. I know that there are a bunch of brands out there that make smartwatches. I think the main reason why I decided to go with the Apple Watch instead of like some other brand of smartwatch was because I already have an iPhone, and it's nice that they connect. So I get like I can answer the phone on my watch. I can like text and all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if you can do that with other brands of smartwatches. You might. I don't know. So I just assumed that the Apple Watch was the best way to go because I'll have that, it's just easy to sync back and forth. It's a stepper, but just the feet part. Oh, okay. Nice. Hot, but we're staying inside the hotel. Okay, good. We were talking about Vegas when I was at work. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, because I didn't go. I worked from home today. But we were in the office yesterday. We were talking about Vegas and how big Vegas is and how you can get so many steps in without ever setting foot outside because the properties are so big that you can just walk go to all these different places and never have to set foot outside. You get so many steps and it's crazy. So I don't know if that has been your experience since you've been there, but yeah. I picture you doing what Sandra Bullock did in the proposal. She put in nature. That's exactly what I do. That is exactly what I do. I do it in front of, like, when I'm home, I usually have it set up like at my desk. So I have like my monitor obviously in front of me, like my big monitor, not like my laptop, what I'm using right now, but like my big monitor I have up, and I'll go to like YouTube and find like like a walking, one of those videos where somebody's like walking through a city or whatever. And I'll, turn that on and I'll get on the walking pad, listen to my audiobook. That is literally what I do. You know me so well. My asthma is not under control right now, so I want to work out near my nebulizer. And whatever I have here versus walking outside and being away from anything I might need in emergency, that is also a good point. Just in general for people, another benefit to having a walking pad is if you are someone that maybe needs to be home, like you can't go somewhere, maybe you're like babysitting, or if it's your kid, you're parenting. But if it's not your kid, maybe you're babysitting, or you have some kind of dependent that you have to like watch over or take care of, or even yourself. Like if you can't go far from home for whatever reason, you can still get your exercise, still get your steps in by using a walking pad. I can also walk on the pad while working. Yes. And that's one of the main reasons, like I said, why I bought mine was because I wanted to be able to. I found myself not in this job, but like in my last job, they will always put us in like these stupid trainings that you didn't learn anything in, or like pointless calls that could have been an email. And so it was just like wasted time. And I was like, if I had a walking pad, I could be walking right now. At least that would be some type of productivity coming out of this waste of an hour, of a meeting that I'm not taking anything away from it. And so that was what like kind of prompted me to get a walking pad in the first place. The fact that I listened to audiobooks so that I let my dog use it, that, was kind of like a afterthought, but the main reason was so that I could use it while I was working. Some people actually use it literally while they're working. Like they'll be like typing and like walking on their walking pad. I don't have that kind of coordination. I cannot type and walk at the same time. I can barely text and walk at the same time. So that's something that it's a skill that I would like to be able to build, is to be able to type on the computer and walk on the walking pad. I don't have that skill yet. I'll let you guys know when I build that skill up, if I ever do. We have reached the end of the comments. I'm going to turn this banner off. I think you guys all know at this point that was the last sprint. But yeah, that is the end of sprints. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys had a great time, got some things done, got some good reading done. Hope you guys have a wonderful night if it's nighttime where you are, or a great rest of your day if it's daytime where you are. And yeah, like I said, tomorrow's video drops at 3 p.m. Eastern, and I will see you guys somewhere else on the internet. Bye.